So currently we're going to try to make this piece that's sketched down on this front table here. I'll rotate it so you have a little bit of a better view. It's going to be a sort of tan or a yellow basket, and they're hoping to add these aqua or this really light blue accenting to it. But the very first step in all this process is creating a small bubble on the end of a hollow pipe, which they have at the center bench currently. And then they've also applied some color over top of that bubble, that tan color. And this is through a process called a color drop or color overlay. So it started off in a bar form like this. They melted it down and they dropped it on top of that little clear bubble. And then they just kind of spread it out over top of that bubble. Then when we blow, it'll blow out like a balloon. That layer of color will get a little thinner, so they have to apply quite a bit of it in the beginning. And this is our visiting artist, by the way. You may have seen that sign as you walked in through the hot shop doors. Today we have Nancy Burgess. So this is the very first project of the day. So it could possibly be experimental if they don't already know exactly what processes they need to go through. So it could take quite a while to figure this specific piece out. But when we're making larger pieces, I would say they average about an hour for a piece to be finished. So you can always check on the progress in the Grand Hall TV screens. So welcome into the Hot Shop to those who just joined us. Today we do have a visiting artist. You may have seen that sign as you walked in. This is Nancy Burgess here. And she's here for a 3-day residency. Today's the first day of that residency, so she'll be here all the way through Sunday. And this is the very first project we're working on today at the center bench here. And it looks like they're making a color cup. So what they're going to do is they're going to leave the end of this bubble rounded. It's kind of going to be a shape like this that I have in my hand. They'll open up the end that's connected to the pipe currently, and then they'll be able to stuff another bubble inside of it. And this is going to give them a thin layer of color on the very outside of the piece. And today we're going to be working on making this specific basket right here. I don't have an image of this to put up on the screen yet, so I'll just show you real quick right here. So we already have that tan color on that bubble. We're going to need to find a way to apply that really light blue color. And like I said, this is the first project of the day, so they're still probably trying to figure out how exactly to get the patterns and colors. And if you guys ever have any questions, just raise your hand and I'll come right over. And at the center bench, you can see they've just attached a second smaller pipe to the bottom of this bubble. And this is going to allow them to break this bubble off from its original pipe using a little bit of water at that connection point. Then tapping the pipe. And that breaks that piece cleanly off. So now from here, they just have to open up that little opening on the end to create that little cup shape. So for those who just joined, I have just brought over an image. This is what we're going to be working on first today. And we're going to figure out a way to scan it so I could put it up on the screen for anyone else who joins. But I just wanted to make sure you knew what we were working on. So this is a weaved basket. And this design is by our visiting artist, Nancy Burgess, who is right over here. And they've already gotten the tan color for this glass basket on the glass bubble that they have. And they've turned it into a little cup, as you can see, at the center bench. And this is eventually going to have a second bubble stuffed inside of it. And this is just going to give them a nice layer of color on the very outside of their bubble. So as you can see, Gabe has just brought over a small metal ring, and this has been heated up and then placed onto the floor just by the center bench here. And that little cup they made at the center bench is going to be placed upright in that ring. It's going to just hold it steady while they stuff a bubble inside of it. And it was important that they heated that ring up beforehand, otherwise the cold metal could have shocked and cracked that glass from the extreme temperature difference. So at the center bench, they're just breaking that cup off now, placing it inside of that little ring. Then a bubble is brought over, and this is going to be placed all the way down into the bottom of that cup. And then as the artist presses down, this is slowly filling up the inside of the cup, touching it down on the walls of the bubble. So now we have that nice thin layer of tan color on the outside of our clear bubble. And this is just making sure that the color is on the surface of the object that we're working with. And since we have some new people in the hot shop, I'll just give a quick little rundown. This will describe all the temperatures of the different things that we're working with, just in case you haven't been in a hot shop before. So everything we do in here starts in our furnaces. These are the large tanks with the closed doors. And I think we've been gathering out of this one over on the right here. These hold about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass each and run at around 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's holding the molten glass at that very steady temperature. And when the glass is molten like that, this is viscous and sticky, a lot like honey. So all we have to do is stick our heated pipe into the glass, and when we turn, it gathers a ball on the end. And from there, we blow into the end of our hollow pipe, and this expands the glass like a balloon. So this is how we're making our blown objects. And then to keep our glass warm, we use our open face furnaces you see at every bench. These are just our reheating furnaces, running at around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. And for those who just joined, I'll give you a little bit of information as to what we have going on today. So today we do have a visiting artist. You may have seen the sign as you walked in, Nancy Burgess. And our visiting artist is a weaver, so she'll weave cedar bark and spruce roots. You'll see some examples of her artwork down on that front pedestal over on the left side of the hot shop. Some examples of her baskets and hats. And this is the first day of her residency here today, and it'll go all the way through Sunday. And this residency is actually going to recreate those woven baskets and hats into glass. And the reasoning for this for the artist is to better preserve her body of work for future generations. And the first design that we're working on today is going to be a tan base, which we already have on the outside of our bubble, although it may be kind of hard to tell because it's glowing orange from how hot it is right now. And then we're going to have some blue designs on the outside of this basket as well. So our visiting artist is a Yankton, Dakota, and Grand Ronde Umpqua native. And I think she told me this is mostly from Oregon, or all from Oregon. So allowing a lot of that glass to drip back off into the container there, as you just saw. This is called a strip gather. So there's regular gathering, there's strip gathering, and this is just giving them a partial layer of that clear glass, maybe just to perfectly coat the color that they already have on the surface, or it could be that they're going for exact measurements for how much glass they need. And this wooden spoon-shaped tool that Sarah's using here, this is called a block. They're usually carved out of cherry wood and kept in water to help prevent them from burning. And as you can see, that smoothed and evened out all of that glass that she had on the end of the pipe. So now when they blow into the bubble, this will blow out evenly from underneath. So next over on that left bench, up on the screen you could see as well, Sarah's now working with a stack of newspapers soaked in water. And despite how odd that tool may sound, it's very commonly used in the hot shop. You could see as she remains on the side, this is sort of narrowing and elongating the shape of the piece. And if she were to remain on the end of the bubble, this would create a squatter, rounder shape. So depending on the shape that they're going for, you'll see them use the papers in that way. And then this nozzle is just blowing a little bit of compressed air And this is cooling down the glass a little bit more rapidly so they don't have to wait as long for it to cool. And then once again, hanging it down at this angle, they're elongating and stretching that glass out, creating a longer shape. So for this specific piece, a lot of you may remember the design that they're going for, which is going to be that mostly tan background, and then there's going to be these blue designs. So the way that they're going to get those blue designs is they're going to completely cover the surface of this bubble with blue powder. So you're not going to be able to see that tan color at all when they blow this piece out. And then it's going to remain that way until the piece fully cools down to room temperature. And then they'll be able to go in and they're going to etch the surface. They're going to sort of sandblast a lot of that blue powder away and just leave these really fine designs and fine lines on the surface. So they're going to gather one more layer of clear over top of this elongated shape that they have. And then just like earlier, they're going to allow a lot of that to drip right back off the end in a strip gather, just giving them a thin layer of that clear right on the surface of the glass. And this is because they want the surface of the glass to be really hot for that powder to stick, while also kind of leaving the core of the glass a little bit cooler so it's not moving around uncontrollably when they're trying to put that powder on. And whenever they put the powder on, they're going to seemingly disappear around the corner, so you're not going to see them with your own eyes over there. But they're going to a powder booth. As you may know, inhaling glass powder is really dangerous, so they go to a well-ventilated little booth, and this is where they're going to dust that powder on. So both of our furnaces are all clear. Sometimes they'll choose one furnace over the other because it has more glass in it, or maybe the other one is charging or melting new glass down. Yeah, so they're both pretty much the same. They have the same capacity and they're both clear. And can I have the view of the powder booth if possible? Thank you. So up on the screen, you can see a view of that powder booth. That elongated shape is going to help them quite a bit, help them reach the tip of that glass bubble with the powder. And as you can see, they're fully coating that surface with that blue powder. And because the surface of the glass is really hot, this is just going to stick right to the glass. Then they go into the furnace, melt it smooth, and then they'll repeat this process a few times until they have as thick of a layer as they need. And since we have a couple of new faces in the crowd, I just want to give a quick little rundown as to what we have going on here today. So today we are, well actually right at this moment, we are going to be working on this piece that you can see drawn on this large sketch pad here. So we've already got our tan base underneath the blue surface of the glass that you can see at the moment. Oh, and up on the screen, perfect. We have an image up on the screen for you guys to see. And the way that this is going to work is we have that tan glass underneath this blue glass, and our artist, our visiting artist, Nancy Burgess, is going to eventually etch away at the surface of the glass, and this is going to reveal that tan color underneath the blue. And she's just going to leave behind those thin, delicate lines of blue color. And just a little information about our visiting artist. So she's here for a 3-day residency. And today's just the first day of that residency. And on top of that, this is the first piece of the day. This is going to go all the way through Sunday. And this residency will recreate these woven baskets and hats that she's made into glass to better preserve her body of work for future generations. And to give you guys some examples of her work, she has some work on the left pedestal here, as well as the right pedestal over there. And our visiting artist is a Yankton, Dakota, and Grand Ronde Umpqua weaver, specifically. And she's been weaving cedar bark and spruce root for 37 years. And if anyone ever has any questions about the glass process or even questions for the visiting artist herself, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come over and answer your question. So usually once they have all of the glass and the color that they need for their piece, they'll move the bubble over to the center bench where they start to blow it out and shape it to its final form. And in this case, this is going to turn into a cylinder. And we're not going to see that process of etching that I was talking about. This is something that happens when the piece is fully cooled down, which is a process that takes at least overnight. So this is not something we're going to see in person. We're just going to see a large cylinder with the tan color on the inside and the blue color on the outside. So next, Ben is going in with that stack of newspaper soaked in water. For those of you who were here earlier, you may remember, but this is a very commonly used tool in the hot shop, and at the moment you could see Ben is sort of able to guide which way he wants the bubble to blow out with this stack of newspapers as somebody blows into the end of the hollow pipe at the same time. And I've already mentioned the temperature of the furnaces, but this torch is running around that same temperature as well at around 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. This torch is going to be able to apply some extra heat to a specific area of the glass rather than heating up the entire thing overall inside of the furnace. So next, Ben is going in with a pair of jacks, which he preheated with that torch. He's making a jack line in the glass, which is that divot you'll see forming. And this is where we're going to remove this piece from the pipe a little bit later on. So this is an important step in the process. So right here, they're using a wooden paddle to flatten the bottom. And you can see they're also applying a little bit of pressure on the sides while they're doing so, just kind of forcing that glass into a nicer, more crisp shape on the bottom. So for anyone who recently joined us in the hot shop, I just want to give you a little recap as to what we have going on here. So today, you may already know, but we have a visiting artist, Nancy Burgess, and she's here for a 3-day residency. This is the first day, so this is going to go all the way through Sunday. And this residency is going to recreate these woven baskets and hat into glass to better preserve her body of work for future generations. So our visiting artist is a weaver and has been weaving cedar bark and spruce root for 37 years. So you could see some of her pieces down on these front pedestals on the left and the right. And this first piece that we're working on is going to have a mostly tan background, and this is going to have these blue accents or these blue designs on the surface of the basket. And right now the piece is all blue, but this is because we have the tan color underneath the surface of the blue, and the blue is just coating it. So to reveal that tan color, the surface of the glass is going to be etched and sand blasted away. And I just wanted to remind anyone who recently joined, if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over and answer them. Can even be questions for our visiting artist, and I'll just grab her attention and ask the question. And while they're continuing to keep this piece nice and warm at the center bench, over on the left bench, Gabe is preparing a second pipe with a clear attachment on the end. And this is going to be attached to the bottom of this piece and allow them to break it off from the pipe that it's currently attached to. So now Gabe has come over with that second pipe, and this is just attached to the center of the bottom of this piece. And this is called the punty, the second pipe that they attach. And this is going to allow them to break it off from its original pipe. And the way that they'll do that is they'll just apply a little bit of water to that previous connection point, and that will cause shocking and cracking just in that area. And as you can see, after they attached that second pipe, they added a little divot in between the pipe and the piece. That's going to make it easier to remove the second pipe a little later on as well. And now from here, after breaking that piece off, they're left over with an opening. They'll be able to start to open this up and flare it out so that the walls of this piece are just cylinder-like. We'll have a nice 90-degree angle between the bottom and the sides of this piece. And for anyone who recently joined, can I have the image of what we're working on currently, please? So up on the screen, you'll see an image of the end goal for this piece here. And I already briefly explained this earlier, but we have the blue on the outside and that tan on the inside, which you'll see as we open this piece up. And the surface of that blue is going to be etched away to reveal that tan underneath. Now, this tool that Ben is using at the center bench here, you'll notice it looks pretty similar to the pair of jacks, which are the two metal blades. But instead of having metal blades for this specific tool, these are wooden blades called the pachofis. And this is going to be really soft and gentle on the inside of this glass piece. So as they open it up, it's not going to leave behind any marks or scraping as the metal jacks would. And then as this piece gets wider and hotter, they're going to actually be able to sort of use centrifugal force to open this piece up even more, which is the outward pulling force from spinning. So as they turn this piece, you could see Ben was on the outside of the piece with the stack of newspapers. He's just making sure it's not flaring out too much in specific areas. And then next, after getting one more heat, they're going over to this large wooden board that has stacks of wet newspaper on top of it. That wet newspaper is going to protect the wood from burning as quickly as they use this, but this is going to apply an even amount of pressure straight across the sides of the cylinder, giving them perfectly even and straight walls across this piece. So to make sure that the walls for this piece are straight, Ben is going on the outside with that same pair of pachofis. You could see they were also briefly using a paddle on the opening to this piece, and this is making sure that the piece is going to be flat. And for anyone who recently joined, this is the first piece that we've made today. And now as this glass is cooling down, you can start to see that tan on the inside and the blue on the outside. And then usually in preparation for breaking this piece off, they'll torch that connection area with that large fluffy flame that they're using here. And this is because they use a little bit of water to break it off. If the surrounding glass is cold, the water will create cracks that travel through the cold glass. So heating up that surrounding area is going to prevent that from happening. Usually they'll torch until they see a little bit of movement, as you see here. And you can see Sarah has also gotten suited up in these special Kevlar gloves. And these are going to protect her from the glass as she picks it up off the end of the pipe to be put away. And now to break that off, they just apply a little bit of water to that connection point, and then just like earlier, they'll tap the pipe, and that should break that piece cleanly off. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. First piece of the day. And that has gone into the annealer, which is the large black box over there. This is going to slowly cool it down from about 950 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature, at least overnight, so it doesn't break due to thermal shock. And can I actually have the slideshow of our visiting artist artwork, please? So up on the screen, you'll see a slideshow of our visiting artist artwork. They'll just give a little rundown on her for anyone who recently joined. She's here for a 3-day residency, Nancy Burgess. That is the woman up front here with me. And she's a Yankton, Dakota, and Grand Ronde Umpqua weaver. So she's been weaving for about 37 years, cedar bark and spruce root. She has some pieces on display on these front pedestals here. Then as you watch the slideshow, you'll see some work that she didn't bring in as well. And this residency is going to recreate these woven baskets and hats into glass to better preserve her body of work for future generations. And today we're going to be creating a variety of different baskets using completely different techniques. So for that last one, our artist is going to have to etch away the surface to reveal that second color underneath. But we're also going to be using some other techniques throughout this residency, such as cane, which are sticks of colored glass to get our straight, colorful lines. So the etching and the cold working, which is the grinding and polishing of the glass, will most likely happen completely after this residency. So probably just whenever the artist can or will. It's kind of up to the artist. Sometimes they even will pass it off to the cold worker that works here at the museum. But there's quite a few pieces that our cold workers working on at the moment. So we'll see what happens. I will ask the visiting artist. So our visiting artist has an Instagram that you could probably check up on to see the final products of these pieces. And if you were to search her name, Nancy Burgess, up on Instagram, it would probably pop up, but it's n.w.burgess. At the moment, I don't believe that our visiting artist has another website. But if you were to just search it up on Google, you might be able to just pull it up without downloading the app or anything like that. So that little process you just saw up on the screen was them melting down a chunk of color from something called color bar. We just get it shipped in, rolled in this bar form here. They melted that down and then dropped it onto a small clear bubble. And they'll work on evenly spreading this over top of that clear bubble. And this will create a really smooth, even layer of color across our entire piece. So if you missed the process of the last piece, this was the very beginning of that process where they apply that color to that small bubble. And then they're going to turn this bubble into a cup. And then they're going to stuff a bubble into that cup. And this is going to leave the color close to the surface of the glass. And do I actually have a stuffed cup diagram that I could put up, please? So up on the screen, you'll see the diagram of a stuffed cup. So that color that we have over on the left bench is going to be turned into that cup that you see resting in the metal stand. And then we're simply going to create a clear bubble and stuff it inside of that cup. For this piece, we'll also have the similar process as we did last time, where we're going to coat the entire piece in that layer of blue powder. Thank you. And in between gathering layers of clear glass, you'll notice they always let that current glass they have cool down. And this is because, especially because in this case, we have some color on the very outside of our glass. And if that were still hot when we're gathering from our clear tank, could possibly strip off into that tank, or we could just lose the shape of what we already have since it's moving around. And after gathering that fresh layer of clear, or before they blow into the bubble, they'll usually use this block tool here. This is usually carved out of cherry wood and kept in water to help prevent it from burning. So next time they blow into the bubble, this will blow out evenly from underneath. And next right here, Sarah's going in with the stack of newspapers soaked in water. And depending on which angle that she's holding the bubble at, she can kind of extend or elongate this bubble, or she could create a squatter rounder shape. And this pair of metal blades that Sarah's been using here, this is the jacks. And she's created a jack line in the glass, that divot you see there. This is where they're going to remove this little bubble from the end of the pipe. And this is the first step in making this little cup shape that you could see me holding here. It's obviously going to be a little bit bigger, but it's going to have that rounded bottom and some straight sides to it. And then just like that diagram earlier, this is going to be turned into a stuff cup. So they're going to stuff a clear bubble inside of it. And just a reminder, if anyone ever has any questions, please raise your hand and I'll come right over. And now to break this bubble off from its original pipe, they're going to attach a second, little bit smaller pipe to the bottom of this bubble. And the second pipe that they attach to a piece is called the punty. And the purpose of the punty is just to break that piece off from its original pipe. And this is going to give them access to the other side of the piece. And to break this off, they go in with the jacks. If it's a small enough connection, they just cinch down really hard on that cold glass, causing a little bit of cracking and shocking. And then they tap the pipe, and that breaks that piece cleanly off. So now from here, they just have to open up the front end of this piece where they have that little opening. So then after heating up the opening to this piece, they were able to very quickly flare it out. And at the center bench, Sarah is preparing that clear bubble that's going to be stuffed inside of that little color cup over on the left bench. So at the center bench, you could see that Sarah was picking off little bits of clear and cutting them off. And this is most likely from maybe small air bubbles or imperfections in the glass that she's trying to get out. And since I have some new people in the hot shop, I'm going to give just a quick little overview as to what we have going on here. So today we have a visiting artist. You may have seen the sign as you walked in through the hot shop doors, Nancy Burgess, and that is the woman up front here with me. And she's here for a 3-day residency, today through Sunday. And she is a Yankton, Dakota, and Grand Ronde Umpqua weaver. So she's been weaving cedar bark and spruce root for 37 years. And you'll see some of her creations down on these two front pedestals over on the left side and the right side of the hot shop. And she's just brought in a few more pieces to display as well. So you may see some newer ones. And this residency specifically is going to recreate these woven baskets and hats that she's made into glass to better preserve her body of work for future generations. And this specific piece that we're working on now is going to have a tan color on the inside. We're going to sprinkle some blue powder over top to hide that tan color. And then our artist later on is eventually going to be able to etch away at the surface of the glass or sandblast the surface of the glass to reveal that tan color underneath and kind of leave behind these blue designs. And if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. It can even be questions for the visiting artist herself. And at the center bench, you can see they've just brought that little cup over, and they're going to break this off of its pipe and set it into a heated ring on the ground. And that heated ring is going to hold it upright as Sarah comes over and stuffs a clear bubble inside of that color cup. So that bubble touches down in the bottom of the cup on the inside and then slowly fills in the sides as you press down. So since we have quite a few new people in the hot shop, I'll just give a quick little rundown, and this will describe the temperatures of the furnaces that we're working with. So everything that we've done in here starts in our furnaces, which you can see Gabe just gathered out of the left one over there. And these hold about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. Holds it at that steady temperature, and when it's molten like that, it's viscous and sticky, a lot like honey. And so all we have to do to gather that glass is stick our pipe in, and when we turn, it gathers a ball on the end. And from there, we blow into the end of our hollow pipe, and this expands the glass like a balloon. And then to continue working with the glass, we have to use these open face furnaces you see at every bench. And these are running at around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. And we have multiple of them running today so we can work at multiple benches at the same time. Mostly for convenience. It'd be kind of hard to crowd around one of those furnaces. So this is going to help us out a bit. And later on, we'll also be using some torches here and there, and I'll make sure to point those out when we get to them. But both of those types of furnaces run off of natural gas and forced air. So over there, Gabe is spraying some water into the tank, and this is popping any air bubbles that are on the surface of that glass. And this could be from just using the tank many times over and over again, which is the glass kind of falling on itself, creating air bubbles. Or it could be that they filled it up pretty recently, and so some air bubbles are still rising out of that glass. And at the center bench, you'll notice that they are sort of resting this glass. They're letting it cool down a little bit before they gather another layer of clear over top of what they already have. And we have a few people who have joined in, and so I'll just repeat, but right now we have a tan color on the surface of our glass, and eventually we're going to be sprinkling a blue powder across the entire surface to completely cover up that tan. And then later on, when the piece is completely cool, the surface of the glass will be sandblasted, which is going to reveal that tan color underneath the blue color. And at the center bench, you've been seeing this tool being used here and there, but this is a block, that wooden spoon-shaped tool, usually carved out of cherry wood and kept in water to help prevent it from burning. And this is going to round and smooth all of that glass they have out into a really even shape. So when they blow into the bubble, this will expand the bubble evenly underneath. And after using the blocks, Sarah's now going in with a stack of newspapers soaked in water. And this is going to sort of allow her to change which direction the bubble is going to blow out. And we are making cylinders for most of these pieces. This one is going to also be one of those cylinders. And since we have a few new people in the hot shop here and there, can I have our visiting artist artwork up on the screen, please? So up on the screen, you'll see a slideshow of our visiting artist artwork, Nancy Burgess. And just a reminder, she is a Yankton, Dakota, and Grand Ronde Umpqua weaver. So she's been weaving cedar bark and spruce root for 37 years. And she has a few of her pieces displayed on the front pedestals, these weaved pieces. And today we're turning these weaved baskets and hats into glass. We're recreating them to better preserve her body of work for future generations. And just like with the last piece, we want a tapered end to this bubble. We want a really nice, almost a point to the end of this bubble and a longer shape. And this is because when we sprinkle that powdered glass over top of this shape, it's going to be a lot easier to fully reach the end or the tip of this bubble. And I see quite a few people have just joined us, so I just want to give a quick little overview as to what we have going on today. So today we have a visiting artist, Nancy Burgess, and that is the woman in the black shirt standing next to that bench at the center there. And she's here for a 3-day residency. Today's the first day of that residency, so this will go through Sunday. And Nancy is a Yankton, Dakota, and Grand Ronde Umpqua weaver. So you'll see some of her pieces down on these front pedestals here. Just wanted to point those out to you guys. And this residency, she will be recreating these woven baskets and hats into glass. So we have a few designs sketched out that she's brought in. And the one that we're currently working on has got these tan and blue stripes across the piece. And it's got a head of the raven design along the top of the basket as well. And if you know which one I'm talking about, could I have that one up on the screen, please? And for anyone who just joined us, just a reminder, if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. They're just about to start the process of applying that color to the surface of the bubble, the blue color. And as I mentioned earlier, that blue color is going to be etched away eventually, and this will give them designs and patterns of that tan underneath and the blue on top. So they've seemingly disappeared around the corner, but this is because they've gone to the powder booth. The powder booth is going to make sure that the artists don't inhale that powdered glass, as that is pretty dangerous. So this ventilation will help with that. But right now they're sprinkling a very light blue, almost a green blue, on the top of this bubble. And they're going to have to apply multiple layers of this powdered color. After they apply one layer, they'll go back to the furnace and melt that down into the glass. And then they'll be able to go back to the powder booth and apply many more layers, as many as they need. The goal is to make sure that they can't really see the tan color underneath that blue. And I know a lot of you guys missed the very beginning of this process where we applied some color underneath for that tan color. So I just want to play a quick video, and this will describe how we got the tan color base layer. This video is going to be a little bit different to exactly what we're doing here, but it gives you a general idea as to how we use color. So can I have the color overlay video, please? Can I have the color overlay video, please?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So because they're heating this bubble up over and over again, the shape was starting to go a little bit round. They want to keep that narrow sort of pointed shape on the end so that they can make sure to get the powder evenly across the entire bubble. It's really hard to reach the very tip of the bubble if it's rounded, so they try to create a little bit of a point on the end. And once they have all of the glass and all the color that they need for a project, they'll usually bring it over to the center bench where they start to blow it out and shape it into its final form. And for this specific piece, we are going to be making a cylinder. And once again, Ben is going in with a stack of newspaper soaked in water, and he's able to sort of guide which way he wants a bubble to blow out as somebody blows into the end of the hollow pipe. And just as I promised earlier, the temperature of this large fluffy flame that they're using here is running at around 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, just like the furnaces. But with this torch, they're able to apply a little extra heat to a specific area rather than heating up the entire piece overall. And you'll see why they heated up that back section of the piece in just a moment here. So next, Ben goes in with a pair of jacks, which are the two metal blades he has in his hands. And this is going to create a jack line. You'll see the divot forming in a second. This is where we're going to remove this piece from the pipe a little bit later on. And if you're wondering what's going on with those wood paddles at the same time, this is an artist shielding the artist who's using the jacks. So they're shielding the heat coming from the piece with those wooden paddles. And that shiny arm protector is also going to help with that as well. But the thing that's going to help the most is definitely those wooden paddles. And then you just saw Ben swing the pipe for just a moment there. This is using centrifugal force, or the outward pulling force from spinning, and also gravity at the same time to stretch that glass a little bit faster. So as you can see with this cylinder, they're going for a little bit of a longer shape than with the last one. And just a reminder for anyone who may have recently joined, if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. And since we have some new people in here, I'll just give a quick little rundown as to what we have going on real quick. So today we have a visiting artist, Nancy Burgess, and that is the woman standing close to the front here with me. And she's here for a 3-day residency. Today is the first day of that residency, so this will go all the way through Sunday. And she is a Yankton, Dakota, and Grand Ronde Umpqua weaver. So she's been weaving cedar bark and spruce root for 37 years. You'll see some of her pieces down on the front pedestals here. And this residency is going to recreate these woven baskets and hats that she's made into glass to better preserve her body of work for future generations. And this one that we're currently working on, do we have an image of that I could put up on the screen? So up on the screen, you'll see an image of the basket that we're currently working on. And you may not see underneath this layer of glass that we have on the surface here, but the top layer of glass that we have is this blue, this kind of green blue, very light. And then we're going to have a tan color underneath. And the way that we reveal that tan color is we're going to etch at the surface of the glass or sandblast the surface of the glass. This will reveal that tan color underneath. And to flatten the bottom of this piece, they simply go in with a wooden paddle while also applying a little bit of pressure on the side of the piece. And as you can see, this has pushed that glass into a nice crisp corner on the bottom. And once they have the bottom of this piece finished, they're going to have to attach a second pipe to the bottom and then break this piece off from its original pipe, the one it's attached to right now. And this is going to give them access to that other side of the piece, or the top of the cylinder in this case. And usually in preparation for breaking a piece off from the pipe, you'll see them go in with that large fluffy flame as they just were, and they're going to heat up that surrounding area, making sure that it's nice and warm. And this is because they usually use a little bit of water to break a piece off from its original pipe. And if the surrounding glass is cold, that water will create cracks that travel through the cold glass. So this is going to prevent anything from happening such as that. And then just a reminder, if anyone has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. And it can even be questions for the artist herself. I'll just grab her attention. So the very first piece that we made today, I would say took like an hour and a half. But it was the very first piece we made, so we're kind of warming up, we're kind of experimenting here and there. So throughout the day, it'll get faster and faster. I would estimate a more simple piece like this would only take an hour. But later on, we're going to be using some more complicated techniques, and those pieces may even be a multi-day project. So as you can see, they've just attached that second pipe to the bottom. The second pipe that they attach is called the punty. And this is going to allow them to break the piece off from its original pipe, giving them access to the opening and the top of this cylinder. So to break it off, they just apply a little bit of water, and then they'll have to tap the pipe, and that should break that piece cleanly off. So right now, while the piece is still relatively cold, probably around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit at this point, they're making sure that the piece is on center. They're supporting the weight from one side with a pair of tweezers. And if they notice it's off center, they'll let it fall a little bit back on center at that connection to the pipe. They have to do that right after they attach that pipe while the connection's still hot and moving around. Then once they're satisfied with that, they just start the long process of heating up the opening of this piece. So right now they're going in with a pair of tweezers. They're going to pinch and pull this opening away from the rest of the piece before trimming off that excess glass. And this is because that connection point is usually a little bit thicker of glass, and as you could see when they broke it off, we didn't have a perfectly straight opening. So this is just going to even everything out, straighten out those walls. And from here, they'll be able to just open this up, flare it out fully into that cylinder. And for those who haven't seen it yet, can I have the slideshow of our visiting artist artwork? So up on the screen, you'll see a little slideshow of some of our visiting artists' work. Nancy Burgess. So this cone-shaped tool you're about to see them use here, this is called the Sophietta. And the Sophietta, as you can see, the cone blocks off the opening to the piece and it allows them to blow a little bit more air in. And this is thinning out the glass around the shoulder, puffing it out a little bit wider. And you'll notice that this tool that Ben's using here looks pretty similar to the jacks, which are the two metal blades. But instead of having metal blades, we have wooden blades for this specific tool. These are called the pachofis. And the pachofis are going to be very soft and gentle on the inside of this piece. It's not going to leave behind any lines, scraping, or gouging as the metal blades might. And next they're using this large wooden paddle. And they're going to use this to perfectly straighten and even out the walls of this cylinder. You'll see them use this pretty much any time they make a cylinder in the hot shop. And that stack of newspapers that's on top of the wood is going to help protect the wood just a little bit from burning and extend the lifespan. The wood is just applying an even amount of pressure across the entire wall all at once. And right now, the piece isn't molten hot, but it's still hot enough to change the color of the glass. So right now, it kind of looks like a green, but it's actually going to be a lighter blue. And now you can tell that they're getting ready to break this piece off because you could see someone has just gotten dressed up in this shiny suit with these Kevlar gloves. And these are going to protect the artist from the glass as they pick it up off the end of the pipe to be put away. And to break this off, they simply apply a little bit of water, just like earlier. And then they'll have to tap the pipe, and that should break the piece cleanly off. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing the second piece of the day. And this is going into the annealer, which is going to slowly cool this glass down at least overnight from about 950 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature, so it doesn't break from thermal shock. So we're not going to see that piece until at least tomorrow. And just for anyone who missed the beginning of the process, I'm going to play a quick video. Can I have the color overlay video? This will describe a little bit about color for you guys.
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300-degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So our artists are next going to make a couple of color cups, and I'll show you a diagram explaining that in just a bit. But the way that they're going to start this is just by dropping a little bit of color on top of that small clear bubble, just like that video you saw, in a process called the color overlay. And this is going to give them a really smooth, even layer of color over that little cup that they're creating. And can I have the stuff cup diagram, please? So up on the screen, you'll see the stuff cup diagram. We're making the cup that you could see sitting in the metal stand in the right image. And I believe that these are going to be tan cups. They're kind of going to be the base for our pieces that we're making throughout the day. So they're going to make 2 of these, I believe. And welcome to those who just joined us in the hot shop. Right now we're just working on a couple of really small items over on that left bench. We're going to be making some color cups. And if you don't know what that is, can I have the stuff cup diagram up on the screen, please? So up on the screen, you'll see the diagram of a stuff cup. So we're going to be making that round bottom cup that you see in the right image. And then later on, we're going to be able to stuff a bubble inside of it and pick it up. And that's going to leave us with a nice thin layer of color right on the surface of our bubble. So we're going to be making 2 of these cups, I believe, and we're making them over on that left bench so far. And these are just going to be tan. These are just going to be sort of base or a start to a project that we make later on. And if you guys ever have any questions, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. But I'll also hop into a little information on our visiting artist, since we do have a visiting artist today. And her name is Nancy Burgess. You may have seen the sign as you walked in. She's here for a 3-day residency starting today, going through Sunday. And she is a Yankton, Dakota, and Grand Ronde Umpqua weaver. So she's been weaving cedar bark and spruce root for 37 years. And she has some pieces on display on both of these front pedestals here. And this residency specifically is purposeful to create these woven baskets and hats into glass. And this is to better preserve her body of work for future generations. And if you guys ever have any questions for the artist herself, same thing, just raise your hand, I'll come over, I'll grab her attention for you. Oh, and just to point her out, our visiting artist is up in the front here with me. Welcome to those who just joined us in the hot shop. Today we do have a visiting artist, just to let you know. You may have seen the sign as you walked in already, but our visiting artist is Nancy Burgess, and that is the woman up in the front here with me on the hot shop floor. And she's here for a 3-day residency. So today's the first day, so we'll go through Sunday. You can see some of her work on the front pedestals here. And this residency's purpose is to recreate these woven baskets and hats of hers into glass to better preserve this body of work for future generations. And she's been weaving cedar bark and spruce root for 37 years. And over on that left bench, we're just making something called a color cup. And this is going to basically be a start for a project later on. And can I have the diagram of a stuffed cup, please? So up on the screen, if you look at the image on the right, we're making the cup that's sitting inside of that metal stand. And these are both going to be tan. We're making 2 of them. And this is just in preparation for some projects a little bit later on. And if you guys have any questions, just let me know. Or even if you have questions for the visiting artist, I can always grab her attention for you. And over on that left bench, you can see they've just heated up the front of that opening. And Gabe quickly went in with a pair of jacks and just flared this all the way out. So now we have some straight, even walls for that little color cup over on the left bench. And at the center bench, they're just starting on that color cup as well. They've got to attach a second pipe to the bottom. So at the center bench, you can see a second pipe has just been brought over. And this is going to be attached just to the center of the bottom. They'll break the piece off from its original pipe, and then they'll have access to the other side of the piece that's previously attached to the pipe. And to break that off, they just apply a little bit of water, and then they tap the pipe. And now after breaking that off, they're left over with an opening. They'll be able to just flare this out and open it up into that straight walled cup shape. And as you can see, Gabe has just finished his color cup over on the left side. And so he's placed it inside of the garage, which is this large silver box right here. And this is going to keep that glass warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is warm for glass. It's not hot enough to change the shape of the glass or melt anything. It's also not cold enough to let it break from thermal shock. So this is going to rest in there until we're ready to use it for a project. Just pull it back out and heat it up. And this is a pretty quick process. Once they heat that glass up, you could see it just took one movement to open up that bubble at the center bench. So now that piece is pretty much done too. And once it's finished, they'll set it aside just like that first one in the garage. So while our artists are discussing down in the front, I'm just going to play a short video about how we fill our furnaces. So can I have the charging the furnace video, please?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300 degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So up on the screen, we have a little slideshow going on of our visiting artist artwork. And as I mentioned before, she is a weaver, so she's weaved baskets and hats. You can see some of her pieces down on the front pedestals on display. And these are weaved out of cedar bark and spruce root. She's been weaving for about 37 years. All right, everyone. So we will be back in about 1 hour from lunch. So we'll be back at around 2:15, and then we'll be blowing glass all the way till 5 p.m. So please join back in then. And thank you for stopping by. Welcome into the hot shop, everyone. We have just come back from our break. Up on the screen, you've been seeing a slideshow of our visiting artist artwork, and I was just chatting with her up here. This is Nancy Burgess, and she's here for a 3-day residency. This is the first day of the residency, so this will go all the way through Sunday. And we're gonna hop right into making another one of these baskets. This one that we're going to be attempting is a strawberry weave basket. And our visiting artist is a Yankton, Dakota, and Grand Ronde Umpqua weaver. So she's been weaving cedar bark and spruce root for 37 years, and she has some pieces down on the front pedestals if you ever want to take a little closer look at what she's worked on. And this residency is going to focus on recreating these woven baskets and hats that she's made into glass to better preserve this body of work for future generations. And if anyone ever has any questions about the glass process or even questions for the visiting artist herself, feel free to raise your hand. I'll come right over. And just before we went on our break earlier, we made some small color cups. And to give you guys a better idea of what I might be talking about, can I have the stuff cup diagram, please? So up on the screen, you can see a diagram of a stuff cup. We've made the cups that you can see in the right image. They're going to sit in a metal stand, and then we'll stuff a bubble inside of them. And this will be the beginning of our project. And this basket that we're making right now, it's called the strawberry weave basket, and so it's going to have this sort of reddish pinkish color. And since we have a lot of new people in the hot shop, I'm going to give just a little rundown, and this will describe the temperatures of all of the machinery that we're working with. So everything we do in here starts in our furnaces. These are the large tanks with the closed doors specifically. So just behind our visiting artist over there. These hold about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass each and run at around 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And when the glass is molten, it's viscous and sticky, a lot like honey, so all we have to do is stick our heated pipe into the glass, and when we turn, it gathers a ball on the end. And from there, we blow into the end of our hollow pipe. This expands the glass like a balloon. And in order to keep working with that glass, we have to keep it warm. So this is where our open face furnaces come into play. And you can see we have 2 of them running right now. And these are running at around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. We adjust the temperature as need be. And we have 2 of them running currently, so we can work at 2 benches at the same time, working on multiple parts of the same project. And later on, we'll also be using some torches. I'll make sure to point those out when it comes to it. But these furnaces run off of natural gas and forced air. So at the center bench, Sarah is working on making a clear bubble of glass, and this is going to be stuffed inside of the tan colored cup over on that left bench. And if you remember that diagram from earlier, this is called a stuff cup. So we're going to stuff that cup with the bubble at the center bench. And something interesting about this project, along with all the other ones that we've made today, all of these pieces have a color underneath the surface of the glass, and then we gather clear over top of that layer of color. And then we actually sprinkle a powdered colored glass on top of that clear surface. So we have 2 layers of color on top of each other. And then when the piece is completely cooled down, either the next day or even further from that, they'll take it and they'll etch the surface of the glass to reveal that second color underneath. And they may do this with sand blasting, I've been told. And this is how they're going to get their patterns on the glass rather than trying to manipulate the glass while it's hot to get that pattern. And at the center bench, you could see that Sarah has been using a stack of newspaper soaked in water to sort of change the shape of this bubble that she has. She's created a lot longer of a shape, kind of extended the bubble and given it a little bit of a narrow point. And this is because when we stuff it inside of that cup, we don't want it to tag the walls of the cup. We want it to be a little bit longer, drop straight into the bottom. So now you'll see them break that little cup off, and this is going to be placed into a heated ring on the floor. This is going to hold it upright as they stuff that clear bubble inside of it. There's a good view of it up on the screen too if you're having a hard time seeing it. So that bubble will just straight down touch the bottom. And then as Sarah is pushing down, this is expanding that bubble outward and touching the walls of the cup as well. And this large metal table that Sarah's rolling the glass on is called the marver. And the marver is going to both cool down that surface of the glass and also just press the walls of that cup down fully onto the bubble. So when everyone came in earlier, we had already started off with those cups being complete, those little color cups. And so I was thinking I'll play a quick video that'll describe how we got the color on those color cups in the first place. And so can I have the color overlay video, please?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So that color was applied to a bubble and then eventually turned into that little cup that you saw us use in the very beginning. And then for anyone who recently joined, We stuffed a clear bubble inside of that little color cup. And this is how we've gotten that bubble at the center bench that Sarah's now going to gather over top of one more time. And allowing a lot of that glass to drip right back off the end like that, this is called a strip gather. It's just giving them a partial layer of that clear glass, either to seal in the color or to just get an exact measurement of glass that they need. And then usually after a fresh gather of that clear glass, they'll go in with the block, which is this wooden spoon-shaped tool here. And this is going to smooth and even all of that fresh glass out. So when they blow into the end of the pipe, this is going to make sure that the bubble expands evenly inside. And these are usually carved out of cherry wood, and yes, they are kept in water. This is going to help prevent them from burning. And since we've had a few people join in here and there, I just want to give a little recap as to what we have going on here today. So today we have a visiting artist. You may have seen that sign as you walked in through the hot shop doors. Today we have Nancy Burgess, and she's here for a 3-day residency today. This is the first day of the residency, so this will go through Sunday. And she's a Yankton, Dakota, and Grand Ronde Umpqua weaver. So she's been weaving cedar bark and spruce root for 37 years. And she has some pieces on display on these front pedestals here. And this residency is going to recreate these woven baskets and hats of hers into glass. And this is going to help preserve her body of work for future generations to be able to see and experience. And just a reminder for anyone that recently joined, if anyone ever has any questions, you can raise your hand and I'll come right over. It can be questions about the glass process or even for our visiting artist herself, which is this woman up in the front here with me, by the way. Do we have an image of what we're working on right now to put up on the screen? Perfect. So up on the screen we have a sketch of what we're currently working on. So this is the strawberry weave basket. And we've started out with that tan layer underneath. And we're going to eventually coat it in red as well. Then when we etch away that red on the surface, this is going to reveal that tan underneath, and we'll be able to make these weaved designs that you see there. And in between gathering layers of clear glass, you'll always notice them resting like they are right now at the center bench. They're just letting the air cool that glass down enough so that when we gather, the glass that we already have is not going to be moving and changing shape inside of that hot furnace. And now that they have that fresh hot glass on the surface, they're going to start sprinkling that powder over top of that hot glass. This will stick pretty much immediately and create that layer of red color that they're going for. And they're going to do this many times, building up a really nice thick layer of that red. And in between sprinkling some of this powder on, they'll go back to the furnace and make sure that that layer is melted down and nice and smooth. And this is around the corner, so you don't see them on the hot shop floor in person anymore. They've just gone right around the corner to something called the powder booth. And this is basically just a really well-ventilated little box that they can do this inside of because, as you may know, inhaling that powdered glass is really dangerous. So it's just natural gas and forced air. The way I describe it is a giant swirling ball of fire. So it's basically essentially empty. There's nothing solid inside of it other than maybe a little bit of insulation. And you'll notice as they keep applying this color that the color doesn't exactly look red or what the end product is supposed to look like. And this is just because the glass is so hot that it emits heat and light, kind of like lava. I like to compare it to lava. And even if the glass is solid, when we're working with it, it's probably still around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit is not hot enough for the glass to melt or change shape, but it's also not cold enough to let it crack or break from thermal shock. So you'll see that stage in glass pretty frequently. But at that point, the color's still not going to be completely true. We will see the true color of the glass once it fully cools down to room temperature. And for the few who have recently joined us, can I have the image of what we're working on up on the screen, please? Thank you. So for those who recently joined, up on the screen, we have an image of what we're working on at the moment. And right now, you can't see underneath that layer of glass that we have on the surface, but underneath we have a tan layer of glass, and then we have that red layer over top. And essentially, when we finish this piece and it's cooled down completely, we'll be able to etch the surface by sandblasting. And this is going to reveal that second color underneath, that tan color, and is going to allow us to make those patterns of weaving on the surface of this piece. I believe your question was, what's a pipe made out of, right? The pipe's made out of stainless steel, usually. And a lot of our equipment is made with steel or stainless steel in here. And apparently, I've been told that it's that's what I was just about to talk about. So apparently it's a pretty poor conductor. So what's in the heat is going to get hot. What's out of the heat is not going to get hot. So we're able to handle the pipe pretty close to that glowing hot section that you see on the pipe. but obviously the metal has a much higher melting point than the glass, and so we don't really have to worry about the pipe melting from that heat. It's just going to start glowing red. Now, something interesting is whenever red is hot, even if it's cooled down to about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, the red glass will look black when we're working with it. We won't be able to see that red color till it fully cools down. That's how it usually works anyways. And a lot of colors look completely different when they're hot. Green will look brown, orange will look red, yellow will look orange, and so on. Sometimes white will even turn transparent. So I forgot to mention this earlier, but while they were working on applying that powdered glass on the surface, they had to have a narrow point. They had to have a long shape. Otherwise, they wouldn't really be able to get that powder all the way to the very tip of the glass. If they just had something like a sphere, it would be really hard to turn it to get the angle to get the powder on the end. So they tried to elongate the shape for that purpose. And now that they have all the color they need, they're going to start blowing this out and shaping it into the cylinder. So whenever we have a visiting artist, they usually will be working with our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. So everyone down here except for our visiting artist herself and then her son in the back helping as well. Everyone else is our Museum of Glass Hot Shop staff or Hot Shop team. And so these guys are here almost every day that the museum's open, and they'll be blowing glass for the public to see. And right here you can see Ben is going in with a pair of jacks, which are the two metal blades. I always like to point this out. He is making a jack line in the glass. You'll see a divot forming. And this is where they're going to remove this piece from the pipe a little bit later on down the line. And if I didn't mention already, Ben right here is using a stack of newspapers soaked in water. He's able to sort of guide which way he wants the bubble to blow out as somebody blows into the end of the hollow pipe. And the reason we use those newspapers so often is because they're very flexible. We have a lot of wooden tools, a lot of metal tools, and those can't really conform to the shape of our hand. So the newspaper is really helpful in that regard. And just a reminder for anyone who recently joined, if anyone ever has any questions, please raise your hand and I'll come right over. So the cone's pretty interesting. The shape of the cone is actually based off of these old wood burners we used to have along this waterway here. They were called wigwam burners, and they were used to just burn leftover wood scraps from logging. This used to be a huge logging area, so the cone is more paying tribute to what this area used to be. But the cone is actually tilted to give us more floor space, you'll notice. So we have more floor space that way since the cone is tilted, and the cone is tall and it kind of disperses the heat. We have a fan that pulls the hot air out at the same time. So there's a few functional parts of it, but it's mostly for show. And right here you can see they're flattening the bottom of this piece with the wooden paddle. And they're also remaining on the side of the piece with that stack of newspapers. So this is pushing the glass into a little bit of a nicer corner on the bottom. So there's many different ways that we can use two colors on one glass piece. Are you referring to maybe two colors combined side by side and they're solid colors right next to each other? Yes, so that is a special process called an encalmo, and that's when we take two bubbles and we open up the ends of the bubbles into a cup shape, kind of like this, honestly, and then we attach the two bubbles together just at that opening, and that creates that really nice stark contrast between those two colors. So this large fluffy flame that you'll be seeing them use every now and then, this is running at around the same temperature as the furnaces at around 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. But instead of heating up the entire piece overall inside of the furnace, this torch allows them to heat up a specific area just a little bit extra. So very early on in the process, they used it to heat near the connection between the pipe and the rest of the bubble, and that was because they made a jack line, so they needed it to be extra malleable. In this case, they're going to start torching that back end of the piece quite a bit in preparation for breaking the piece off. And you'll see them do that pretty frequently whenever they're preparing to break a piece off. So at the center bench, while they're keeping this piece warm, you can see Ben is marking the center of the bottom of this piece. And this is because over on that left bench, Gabe is preparing a solid pipe with a clear attachment on the end. This is going to be attached right to the center of the bottom where they marked so that they can remove the piece from its original pipe. So the color application process is usually in the beginning of making a piece. And so we usually start off with the color in a bar form, and then we'll melt down this piece of color bar and we'll drop it on top of a small clear bubble. And then we'll kind of just spread it out evenly across that entire bubble. So it's in the very beginning. We can't really change the color partway through the process, like if we were this far, for example. And the colors all come from different metals and minerals mixed into the glass, but we don't mix it ourselves. We get it shipped in that bar form. And as you can see, they've just attached that second pipe to the center of the bottom of the piece. And the second pipe that they attach to a piece is called the punty. And it's going to allow them to basically flip the orientation of the piece. So we'll be able to work on the other side of the piece that was connected to that previous pipe. And just as I said earlier, they always have to torch that connection area before they go ahead and break it off with a little bit of water. That water is causing shocking and cracking in the glass. And then when they tap the pipe, this is creating a vibration that travels to those small cracks created by the water. And after breaking that piece off, they're left over with an opening. They'll be able to start to open this up and even out those walls into a cylinder shape. And just a reminder, this piece, it has a tan color on the inside, and it's got that red color on the outside. So as they open this piece up, you will be able to see that color on the inside a little bit more. And now that they've broken that piece off, they have to go through a little bit of a long process heating that glass back up, because at this point it's pretty cold, probably around 900 to 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit right here. And at that point the glass is solid. And while they're working on that at the center bench over on the left, Doug is going to be making a lip wrap. So this is a bit of colored glass that's going to be wrapped around the opening or the lip of this cylinder at the center bench. So as you'll notice, they haven't opened up the piece very much. They just open it up a little bit and then even out that lip area before that little bit of colored glass is brought over. And then this is just lightly placed on the lip, and as they rotate, this is going to follow all the way around, creating that lip wrap. And now that they have the lip wrap on there, they're going to continue heating up this opening and flaring it out. As you can imagine, if we had flared it out first and then tried to apply the lip wrap's going to be a little bit thick. It's not going to be perfectly even, but since we've done it really early on in the process, we can really melt it in there and create that smooth finish look. And right here, it looks as if Ben is using the jacks, which are the two metal blades, but you'll notice that these are wooden blades instead. And this is going to be really soft and gentle on the inside of this piece. It's not going to leave any scraping or any marking behind as the metal blades would. And these wooden blades are called the pachofis. So it seems like a few of you are confused. The pipe slipped in between two of the wheels that they were turning them on, and it's currently stuck in between those wheels still, so they're trying to figure out a way to get it off. And the reason they don't just forcefully take it off is because if they create a vibration in the pipe, that could travel to any parts of the cold glass and break the piece off or break a part of the glass. And so they're trying to be pretty gentle with it. Yeah, totally normal. It happens all the time. I've never seen it happen. So right now they're just preparing in case that piece fell off. They had someone ready to catch it. And it looks like they successfully took those wheels off. Let's give them a round of applause. Yeah, why not? Successful, very successful. So now from here, they just have to finish flaring this out. They're going to give it some nice straight walls. And now, once again, in preparation for breaking the piece off of its pipe, they are torching that back end of the piece. And you can see an artist has gotten suited up in the special shiny suit and Kevlar gloves in preparation for breaking that piece off and putting it away. And now to break this off, they just apply a little bit of water at that connection point, and then they have to tap the pipe, and this should break cleanly off into those Kevlar gloves. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. And this is going into the annealer, which is the large black box over on the left wall. This is going to slowly cool that glass down at least overnight from about 950 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature, so it doesn't break from thermal shock. So we're not going to see that piece until at least tomorrow. And now they will soon hop into their next project. So our visiting artist has an Instagram that she may have posted on. Someone asked earlier, and I can't remember the exact spelling of the Instagram, but if you look up our artist name, Nancy Burgess, you should find her Instagram, and she may post it there in the future. But you won't see it for a little while, I will mention, because we have to etch the surface of the glass to reveal that tan color underneath. It may be a few day long process at least. Yeah, so for the sandblasting, if you didn't know already, they'll basically cover up the areas that they want red. So maybe with like a tape or a special paper that sticks to the glass. And then they will just etch the entire surrounding area until all of that red glass is gone. Welcome to anyone who just recently joined the Hot Shop. Today we have a visiting artist. You may have already seen the sign as you walked in through the Hot Shop doors. Our visiting artist is Nancy Burgess, and that is the woman sitting kind of close to the front here with me. And she's here for a 3-day residency. And today's the first day of that residency. It'll go through Sunday. And she's a Yankton, Dakota, and Grand Ronde Umpqua weaver. So she's been weaving cedar bark and spruce root for 37 years. And you can see some of her pieces that she's woven down on this front pedestal here. She brought in some examples of baskets and hats that she's made. And this residency is to recreate these woven baskets and hats into glass. So this is going to preserve her body of work for future generations. And so far we've made 3 pieces today. This is going to be our 4th. And we've made baskets so far. I'll have to ask which one we're going to make next. But the ones that we've made so far today, we start off with the tan color as our base, which is what we have right now on the outside of this glass. Right now it's kind of hard to tell the color, but this is going to be tan. And then we're going to eventually add another layer of clear, and then we're going to sprinkle a glass powder over top of everything that we have. And this is going to be a different color from the tan. And then we're going to etch the surface of the glass to reveal that tan or second color underneath. And that etching process, I'll mention, is not going to happen in front of us. It's something that they do when the piece is fully cooled down all the way to room temperature. It'll probably be a multi-day process as well. If you guys ever have any questions, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. Even if it's a question for the visiting artist, I'll just grab her attention. So I'm sure part of the reason for a glass residency for these baskets is because our visiting artist's son is a glass blower himself over here. And his name's Douglas, or Doug. And so, yeah, he partially convinced his mom to come in and do this residency here. Now at the center bench, you may have already seen them use this tool a few times, but this is the block. And this is usually carved out of cherry wood and kept in water to help prevent it from burning when it touches the glass. And this has smoothed and evened out all of that fresh gathered glass on the surface. So now when they blow into the bubble, it should blow out pretty evenly underneath that glass. And every now and then they will have to cool the pipe down, so they were just using a pipe cooler over there. You could see the steam rising into the air. It's just a trough of water. It splashes water up onto the pipe, cooling it down almost instantly. And you'll usually see them use the pipe cooler after a fresh gather of clear glass because they have to stick the pipe pretty far in to gather that clear. But other than that, the heat doesn't really travel very far back towards the artist's hands usually. And I know a lot of you probably haven't gotten to see our visiting artist artwork yet, so I will have that up on the screen, please. Could I have our visiting artist artwork up on the screen, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, you'll see a slideshow of our visiting artist artwork. And for those who just joined, our visiting artist is kind of close to the front up here with me here, Nancy Burgess. And she's here for a 3-day residency. This is the first day of that residency. And her work is up on the screen, but she also has some work down on this front pedestal here. You could see some items that she's woven by hand. And as you can see at the center bench, they've gone for a pretty pointed end to this bubble and a really long shape. And this is because they're going to be dusting a colored glass powder over the surface of the bubble. And if we were to try to do that with a round squat bubble, it wouldn't really be able to get on the end of the bubble. It would be kind of a hard angle to sprinkle that glass powder on. So this is going to allow the glass powder to be completely evenly coated over top of that bubble. And they will gather one more layer of clear glass, but it's going to be a pretty thin layer just on the surface to make sure that the glass powder really sticks into that glass. And when they allow a lot of that glass to drip right back off the end like this is called a strip gather, and this is giving them that really thin layer of clear glass that they're going for. So next, our artist will seemingly disappear around the corner. You won't be able to see her on the hot shop floor anymore. Can I have the view of the powder booth, please? So they've gone around the corner to something called the powder booth. This is basically a well-ventilated large box. And this is because that glass powder is really dangerous to inhale. Can I have a view of the powder booth, please? And as you can see, because they've superheated the surface of that glass with that fresh gather of clear, that powder is going to stick really well to the surface, creating a smooth, even layer of that color. And then from here, they have to go back to the furnace. They'll melt that smooth, even layer of powder down so it sticks fully to the bubble. And it's also going to heat the surface again so they can powder it again. And this cycle will continue a few times until they have a pretty decent layer of that color. So underneath this powdered glass that they have, we have that sort of brown layer of glass. And then this top layer that they're applying with the powder is black glass. So when they carve that black glass with sandblasting, this will reveal that brown color underneath. And just a reminder, if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. And so they've been disappearing around the corner to something called the powder booth. And this is where they're applying that glass powder that you see up on the screen. And this is going to keep that glass powder contained. It's really dangerous to inhale powdered glass or asbestos or any small glass particles, basically. So we have a ventilated space that they go around to in the corner. And this is a black glass powder that's going over a brown layer of glass. So later on, when the piece is completely cooled at room temperature, they'll go in and they'll etch the surface with a sandblasting machine. And this will give them patterns in the glass. And welcome to those who just joined us over there. So today we have a visiting artist, Nancy Burgess, and that is the woman sitting in the chair kind of close to the front here with me. And today she, along with the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, are working on making some glass versions of her own work, which are these hand-woven hats and baskets down on this front pedestal. And at the center bench, right here, when they hang the bubble down at that angle, this is them using gravity as a tool, so they're extending that glass, creating a longer shape for this cylinder. So this piece is going to turn into a basket. We have a brown color on the inside, and we have a black layer of glass over top of that. And so once this piece is completely cooled down to room temperature, they will etch the surface of the glass with a sand blaster, and this will reveal that color underneath and give them any patterns that they want. So to give this piece a flat bottom to sit on, they're just going to use a wooden paddle to slowly flatten the bottom. They're also going to remain holding pressure on the side of the piece, and this will kind of push the glass into a nice corner on the bottom. So if you haven't noticed already, this piece is a little bit different than the ones we made earlier. This one has a more oval shape to it for this basket. And as you can see, they're pretty much done with the bottom of this piece. So over on that left bench, Gabe is preparing a solid pipe with a clear attachment on the end. And this is going to be attached to the center of the bottom of this basket at the center bench. And this is going to allow them to break that piece off from its original pipe, essentially flipping the orientation of the piece. So we'll have access to the top end of the piece instead. So right now Ben is going in and he's going to mark the center with a piece of chalk so they know where to hit. So now that second pipe has been attached to the bottom. And before they move on, they're going to create just a little divot in between that connection and the pipe. And this is going to make it easier to remove the second pipe later on down the line as well. And once they're happy with that connection, they'll go in with a little bit of water at the previous connection. Then all they have to do is tap the pipe, and that should break that piece cleanly off. So now from here, they have an opening left over. They'll be able to start to open this up and flare it out. And as they open this piece up, you should be able to see that brown or tan color on the inside of the piece. And before they progress any further, they're going to support the weight on one side with the pair of tweezers and just make sure that it's on center. So whenever they stop, that's them letting it fall back on center with the pipe. They have to do this while that connection is still hot and moving. And after heating up the front end of this piece, Ben is going in with a pair of tweezers. You can see he's pinching and pulling the opening of this piece outward. And this is because that connection area is usually a little bit of thicker glass, and that breaking point doesn't usually break perfectly even, so this is going to get rid of some excess glass and smooth everything out. And he just trimmed off all of that excess glass with a pair of shears, which are basically like glass scissors. And now that they've done that, they will heat it up once or twice more and start to flare that piece open. And to start to flare this open, Ben is going in with a pair of jacks, which are those two metal blades you just saw him holding. And now Doug has just come over with a bit of color. And this is going to be lightly placed on the lip of the piece. And as they turn, this is just slowly touching down around the entire lip, creating a lip wrap. So now we're going to have a rim of a separate color all the way around this opening. And this tool that Ben is using here, you'll notice it looks really similar to the jacks, or to those two metal blades, but instead we have wooden blades. These are the Pachofis. And this is going to be really soft and gentle on that glass, so the metal could cause scraping or leave marks behind, but these wooden blades will not do that. And as they're opening this, you can really start to see that brown or tan color on the inside of the piece versus the black on the outside. And for anyone who recently joined, the purpose of having those two separate colors is because they're going to etch the surface of the glass, and they're going to reveal that second color underneath. And this is to create patterns in the side of the piece. Now, usually before they break a piece off, they'll always torch that connection between the pipe and the piece. And this is partially because they use a little bit of water to break that piece off. And if the surrounding glass is cold, the cracks in the water could travel through that cold glass. So this is going to prevent that from happening. And you can also see that someone has gotten suited up in this shiny suit and these Kevlar gloves. And this is going to allow them to physically pick up that glass off the end of the pipe to be put away. And just like earlier, when they broke the piece off of its original pipe, they just have to apply a little bit of water to that connection area and then tap the pipe, and that should break the piece cleanly off. And that water is causing small amounts of shocking and cracking in the glass. Then tapping the pipe is creating a vibration that travels to the cracks. And once that piece is finished, this is placed into the annealer, which is the large black box over on the left wall. This will slowly cool that glass down from about 950 degrees Fahrenheit all the way to room temperature, at least overnight, so it doesn't break due to thermal shock. So we're not going to see that piece until at least tomorrow. And since you guys weren't here for the very beginning of the process, I'll just play a quick video. No pressure to stay around and watch it, though. Can I have the color overlay video, please?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So next, I believe our artists are going to work on pulling some cane. And if you haven't seen that, I highly recommend watching. It's pretty cool to watch them stretch that taffy-like glass to create these really thin sticks of colored glass. And this is all starting over on that left bench. You can see they are heating up a stick or a rod of color on the end of a pipe. And this is kind of going to be the center to their cane. So as you can see, they've started with that color in the center, and then they've wrapped a couple of layers of clear around that. And then next they will have to attach a second pipe to the other side before stretching it across those wooden ladders they've laid out. And those wooden ladders are important because we don't want that hot glass touching the cold concrete. Otherwise that could cause cracking and shocking in that glass from the extreme temperature difference. And since this glass is pretty thin and pretty small, it is actually able to cool down at room temperature, unlike other glass. You remember with the last piece we made, we put it in that large black box to cool down really slowly. But since this glass is so small, it doesn't need to go through that annealing cycle. So as you can see, they've just attached that second pipe to the other side. And this texture of the glass is a little bit like taffy. It's not completely molten, it's not completely hard. And now after breaking that glass off of those two pipes, they do have to let this rest for at least a few minutes because even though the glass is hard, it's probably still at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. We definitely don't want to touch it yet. And then after this is cool, they'll be able to break it apart into about this long of pieces so that they can roll it up on the outside of a bubble. So they are going to continue pulling cane. Just let me know if you guys ever have any questions.